Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It's Friday, March 28th, and we are going to convene our meeting of the Environment Committee. I'm State Rep John Michael Parker. Thanks for being here with us this morning. Any comments from my co-chair?
No.
Any comments from Representative Callahan?
Just brief, our last meeting, correct, JF?
We'll find out soon enough.
Thanks.
Thank you, Beth. All right, folks, with that, we're going to move to item number 3 on our agenda, bills for final action. I'll start with item number 1, HB 5388, an act concerning natural fishing, hunting, and aquaculture rights of certain Native American tribes. We're looking at LCO 6917, and I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes and seconded by Representative Gresco. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did talk extensively with the proponent of this bill, and we obviously met and talked, and we arrived at some JFS language that is definitely acceptable, and it was good working with everyone on it. And with that, I would recommend and ask if we can begin a consent calendar and add this number 1, House Bill 5388, to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Are there objections? Seeing none, so moved. Mr. Clerk, please put item 5388 on the consent calendar. Let's keep going. Item number 2 on our list is HB 6231, an act restricting the euthanization of feral cats and requiring the involvement of feral cat organizations for the trapping of such animals. We're looking at LCO 6919, and I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Mashinsky. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Piscopo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm reading the bill and I'm wondering if you could help me with this argument that came up. I think it was during public hearing where, there's an old guy, he's living in this assisted living. He's got the cat and it's going all right. And then something happens and he can no longer take care of that cat. It's been with him for 15 years, great cat. And he can't feed it or empty its litter box, whatever. And then that poor cat that great cat gets taken out of his care and is euthanized. But a feral cat that they dug out of the drain gets better treatment than that cat. In fact, it gets taken care of. So am I reading that bill right? Or can you help me with that understanding? I just can't understand why a feral cat should be treated better than a good domestic cat. Thank you.
Appreciate the comments and the question, Representative. It's certainly not my intention to treat either of those cats poorly. From my understanding of the bill, we're not trying to set up a situation where domestic cats are treated worse than feral cats where there's not protections in place. The S language here was managing a couple of concepts that came up, some of them that we heard testimony on that had some real challenges. So maybe what I'm saying here is would love to continue the conversation and see if there's anything in here that we can work on specifically to address your concern. I can't speak to it directly right now. The intention is, in addition to making the working group, get the ACOs at the table, make sure the right people are making the conversations, is to put in place some reasonable protections and humane actions. And so if there's something that's not happening for domestic cats, let's talk about it and keep working on it. But I can't speak exactly to the details in there. I hope that's a good enough sense for now.
It sure is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that, Representative. Are there additional comments or questions? Representative Mushinski.
Just that the way the spay neuter program works is the spay neutering happens at the pound before the animal is adopted, or in the case of the feral cat colonies, they will be captured, spayed and neutered, and then ear tipped and then re-released, and then someone maintains the colony. So the senior who had the cat for 15 years, he would have had the spay neuter at the very beginning when he first adopted the animal. That's the way it works. To just spay neuter anyone who comes in later with a cat The program's not set up for that. It's set up for helping adoptions and avoiding euthanasia.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? Anything online? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote for House Bill number 6231, LCO number 6919 to JFS to the floor. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
Yes.
Senator Hockedale, Senator Harding, Rep. Callahan,
I'll give it a yes today. I still think it needs a little work, but thank you.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Chafee,
Yes.
Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky, Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Senator Marr, Senator Marr, I'll come back. Representative Mashinsky,
Yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Smith, Representative Shannon, Representative Stewart, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Sweet votes yes.
Representative Veach,
Yes.
and coming back for Senator Marr. That we'll get that.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
call
Clerk.
roll.
Folks, we'll be holding votes open. We'll announce at the end of the meeting when we'll hold them open until, but we'll be holding votes open for folks that are listening in. We know there's a couple other meetings going on right now. All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Let's move on to item 3 on our agenda. This is HB 6240, an act concerning the health and welfare of animals sold at pet stores. We're considering LCO 6920. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes, second by Representative Doucette. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Doucette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee for entertaining this bill. The yes language represents what I would submit as a minor, but certainly a helpful change to the existing statute, and will result in more reporting by DOAG so we can get a handle on what the situation is with respect to the out-of-state breeders that are the subject of this statute. So I would encourage my committee members to support this. Thank you.
Thanks for your work and your comments, Rep. Doucette. Further questions or comments? Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Representative Doucette's work on this. And in reading the S language, I think we've accomplished what some of the pet stores, their concerns were. So with that, I would ask that we move item number 3, which is House Bill, why don't I put my glasses on? I squint. 6240 to the consent calendar.
Are there objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Item 3 to the consent order, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Next up, number 4 on our list, HB 6277, an act concerning the adoption of animals from animal breeders and animal testing facilities. We're looking at LCO 6921. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Johnson. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we move item number 4, House Bill 6277 to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Are there objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, item 4 to the consent calendar. Thank you. Next up, number 5 on our list, HB 6278, an act concerning the use of alternatives to animal testing methods and requiring the use of biodiesel blending methods for certain diesel fuels. This is a JF. I will entertain a motion to JF to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Gresco. Are there questions or comments on this bill?
Kind of confusing bill, we understand, but on the biodiesel side, some issues have come to us today, this morning, and we're going to work on them. But I want, Joe, do you want to make comments on it? Some of the changes, and Representative Gresco will speak to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some concerns were brought to our attention from not only some state agencies, but also some businesses here in the state that potentially would be affected by this bill going forward. So we are looking at ratcheting back some of the expectations in the current language when it comes to blending percentages and who would be affected. So, a work in progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for your work, Rep. Gresco. Are there any questions or comments on questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just have a problem sticking these two different concepts together in one bill. It's just a little odd to me that we have one about a section about testing methods for animals and one about biodiesel in the same bill. I really think that we need to start thinking about trying to keep our bills to a single issue so we can vote for or against a given issue without having some completely different issue stuck onto it. Just a comment. Thank you.
Appreciate your comment, Rep. Dubitsky. I can understand. Hopefully we kept this to a minimum this year. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Callahan.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Chair, and I know Rep. Gresco did a lot of work on this, and we all got a lot of calls this morning from SEMA, DOT, DEP, and others. So you've already acknowledged that it's a work in progress, and there's still some issues with that. And I certainly appreciate Representative Gresco's comments. So I may be of no vote today just to flag it to make sure we get that work done for myself. But I do appreciate the work and the consideration of the committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Callahan. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote for House Bill number 6278 to JF to the floor. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
Yes.
Senator Hockedal, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
No for today.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Chafee,
Yes.
Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Representative Gucker,
Rucker votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Senator Marr, Representative Mashinsky,
Yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative, one more time, we didn't see you.
Smith, yes.
Representative Shannon, Representative Stewart, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Representative Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Veach.
Beach is a yes, understanding that we're doing some work on it.
That completes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, everybody. Next up on our list is item number 6. This is HB 6222, an act concerning aquaculture in the state. This is LCO 6924. It's a substitute language. I'll entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes. Seconded by Representative Gresco. Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the JFS language that removed the necessity of adding oyster shell to the recyclable materials list here in the state of Connecticut. Looks good on paper, but following a report from OLR, it would encumber individuals that are already doing this with new requirements of storage and the like. So I'm glad this was taken out and would encourage the idea of recycling oysters, oyster shell that is currently expanding here in the state of Connecticut through participating restaurants to continue and to wrap in the current industry to make it a little bit more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. And as you mentioned that, just would thank Rep. Baumgartner for his work on this bill and willingness to come up with some S language that we think we can work with. Are there further questions or comments on this? Rep. Chafee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading through the S language here, I'm just looking at a portion that says having to deal with selling invasive species for bait. Would the invasive species be alive or dead at that point that they're being sold?
You know, Rep. Chafee, that's a great question. I don't have a specific answer to it. I know that when I buy green crabs, they're alive.
Okay. Obviously, the concern would be that we're further spreading the invasive species, but hoping that's something we could straighten out.
Appreciate the question, the concern. We heard from Deep a little bit about that, and this is a work in progress, and we'll keep working with the agency to figure out how we get this one in a way that's responsible to the environment and works for the industry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Further questions or comments? Yep, over to Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One more question on the S language. We are no longer allowing the harvest at 2.5 inches. It's down to a study, I believe. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Rep. Callahan. Correct. This bill does not change anything about the length of the oysters. Undertaking such study on line 3. Thank you.
Just clarifying. Thank you.
Rep. Callahan.
I would ask that without objection that number 6, House Bill 6222 gets added to the consent calendar.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no objections, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, item 6 to the consent calendar. Next up, item number 7, SB 1494, an act concerning testing for PFAS and certain water supplies. We're looking at LCO 6926, it's the S language. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Chafee. Questions or comments on this bill?
Go ahead. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Senator. When it comes to the language on this bill regarding PFAS, I know we got some concerns from Aquarian and others. Where does it stand now with the S language, if you could just let us know?
It is, hesitate to use study, but it's reactivating the PFAS Council. I believe it's a group that's already in existence. It's done work in the past. We're asking them to kind of reactivate and start studying this issue further, but there's no actionable items in this bill. It's more for them to study and report back to us.
So it's a study now. Okay, thank you. And if there are no other comments, I can ask.
Yeah.
Item number 7, if the clerk could add item number 7, Senate Bill 1494, to the consent calendar after that clarification. Thank you.
No objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative. Next up on our list is item 8. This is SB 1523, an act concerning bear hunting. We are looking at LCO 6925. I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes and seconded by Representative Horn. I'll go ahead and say briefly, thank you for all the work and conversation on this bill and really all the bills we've been working on. And I'll clarify, despite the title of this bill, an act concerning bear hunting, this bill is not moving forward a bear hunt. Representative Horn, in fact, has been especially helpful in coming up with some language that really focuses on the issue with farmers and agriculture, tries to make some tweaks to that process so we can continue that work. Are there any questions or comments on this bill? Start over here and then we'll kind of work our way around. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be a no on this because we are deciding to kill a bear based on their behavior the previous year, it looks like, harming a corn crop. And I'd prefer to see non-lethal efforts, harassment with dogs, for example. I know fencing is difficult when it's a cornfield because it's so big, but we're basically laying out a buffet for these bears, and then we're kind of shocked when they show up and eat it. So I'd prefer the non-lethal methods. I realize you've done enormous work to make this bill better, and I appreciate it, but I'm still uncomfortable with the idea that if the bear came last year, 2024, and ate the cornfield, and then he returns in 2025, the farmer's allowed to shoot him without further reasonable non-lethal methods. So that's my objection, and we're providing a buffet, and then we get angry when the bear actually shows up and eats the buffet. So that's my objection with this bill. Would prefer, one of my constituents has bear dogs that are actually go out and harass bears. That's what they do, and she can lend them to people who need to have their animals protected or crop protected. I would prefer that type of technique. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Mashinsky, and I know you've been working on this issue for a long time. I appreciate that. Representative Horn.
Thanks. I do appreciate the comments of my good colleague. But as someone who represents a lot of farmers, I do sort of, I guess I react a little bit to the idea that growing crops is presenting a buffet to bears. I mean, that's farmers grow things and raise things that feed all of us. And that is a buffet, but one that we all participate in, and particularly with respect to cornfields, as has been noted, it's really not feasible for them to fence those. I know farmers who have tried dogs, and for some it has worked, and for others it has not. And in essence, I think with this part of the provision, does is just enable, because if a farmer has to watch their entire, bears can destroy acres of crops in a very short period of time. And if they have to watch that happen, get the permit, and then come back for the bear by the time the bear has gone, you've lost the crop for the season. And that, of course, has ramifications for your livestock, for all your income. These are small farms. It has a profound impact. And so enabling them to preemptively, effectively take a bear in the moment that is destroying their crops is a huge, enables. I mean, in my district, we have almost nobody who grows sweet corn anymore because of the bear problem. They cannot. It is, as you suggest, a buffet for bears, but also for others. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into this bill. Farmers are going to have to be on the forefront of this, which is going to be a challenge for them. But I think this enables them to have more tools to address their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Representative, and for your work on it. We'll go to Rep. Reddington Hughes and then over to Rep. Chafee.
Hi. This is an ongoing situation where, we have chosen again to disregard deep, and we're working towards a solution, but not willing to follow the science. We witnessed sportsmen who supported the original bill, but we constantly find ways to negate a real bear management plan. For the record, the bill was never about a trophy hunt. I just want that to be clear. It was about public safety that is presently in danger because of our inaction as a legislation. So I look forward to moving in positive directions to be both protecting our residents and our bears. Neither are benefiting in our present arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I understand your passion on this issue. Appreciate you working on it and what you shared today. Over to Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking here on line 7 saying, I'm just curious, how is DEEP going to verify that the bear in question caused damage last year?
That's a great question, Representative. This is another one that I will say we are certainly still working with DEEP on as we go forward and would appreciate their input on how we can make sure we get that part of the language right. Thanks for the question.
I will support this today. If this were to move forward, I would just ask that we do look at this more holistically and comprehensively and look into things like locking trash cans and actually preventing inadvertent feeding, which seem to be domesticating these animals. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Chafee. Are there further questions or comments on this? Just checking online. All right. So thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Rep. Reddington Hughes made some good comments. We did hear about the science, and I know Representative Horn and I are fairly close in districts. She's just up the road from me, and your amendments, your S language is good. It's not obviously not as far as I'd like to go based on deep testimony and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but I certainly appreciate. We have one thing we have. There's committee meetings that go on for hours and hours and hours and hours. And the reason ours don't, I believe, is because we all have a pretty good working relationship. We've got people who've been here for decades, like Representative Mashinsky, who knows a lot. And we may not always agree, but I certainly respect the opinion and the input from both sides. And Representative Horn, I think your proposal's a good one. And I certainly support that. I think at some point, I don't want these bears to become so adjusted to approaching neighborhoods and humans that somebody gets killed. But this is another step in the right direction. So I do support this S language, and I sincerely enjoy working with this group who can work together in a very cooperative way. While maybe not always agreeing on certain ideas, I think we do get a lot done, and it's not a contentious relationship. So on our last meeting, I just wanted to say that, and I do appreciate your work on it, Representative, and I support it.
Thanks for your comments, Rep. Callahan. I echo those sentiments. Representative Doucette.
Thank you. Really briefly, Mr. Chairman, just want to basically align myself with the comments of Rep. Chafee. I would like to see that language clarified. I myself am also curious how it would be determined that that animal was the one that caused the damage the previous season. So I will be a yes today for that reason. I was a no on this bill last year or the prior year. And but I recognizing the good work of Representative Horn and the fact that this is a very minor change, presumably, I will be a yes today and look forward to seeing further clarification on that as it moves forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Rep. Doucette. I appreciate that. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I do support a limited bear hunt, I do appreciate the changes in this bill to protect farmers. I have two questions, but I'll put them in one. Do crops include vineyards, and do livestock include chickens? Because I have a lot of complaints in my district about severe damage to both of those. Thank you.
Appreciate the questions. I think that both of those are going to be continued conversations. I know specifically the livestock and the chickens issues I've had a little bit of conversation about, and I know we want to get the advocates together and the stakeholders as we move this bill forward after JFS. I haven't yet thought about the vineyards issue, but both of those, let's make sure we figure those out as this bill moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend we include both of those. Thank you.
Understood. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate it, Representative.
I would say I have no problem including those two provisions, Representative Anderson, as we move forward. Any further questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please, or Mr. Clerk, please read the roll. Call the roll.
This is a roll call vote for Senate Bill 1523, LCO number 6925, to JFS to the floor. Senator Lopes?
Yes.
Representative Parker?
Yes.
Senator Hockedale? Senator Harding? Representative Callahan?
Yes.
Representative Anderson?
Yes.
Representative Arzeno? Representative Chafee? Senator Cohen? Representative D'Amico? Representative Dillon? Sorry, one more time with the mic for the benefit of those online, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Doucette?
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky?
Yes.
Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Representative Gucker?
Gucker votes yes.
Representative Horn?
Yes.
Representative Jacobson? Representative Jensen?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Leeper? Senator Marr? Representative Mashinsky?
No.
Representative O'Day? Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Paletta? Representative Reddington Hughes?
Yes.
Representative Reyes? Representative Ryan?
Yes. Oops. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Shannon?
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart? Representative Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Representative Sweet?
Representative Sweet votes no.
And Representative Veach?
Yes.
That completes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Friends, this brings us to the last item on our agenda, item number 9. This is HB 7231, an act concerning Sunday hunting. We are considering LCO 6923, and I will entertain a motion to JFS to the floor. So moved by Senator Lopes and seconded by Representative Callahan. I'll give a brief remark to get the conversation started. Appreciate, again, all the work on this and echoing Rep. Callahan's comments from before about the ability for us to try to get in and find some paths forward here. This language is restricting Sunday hunting to hunting on private lands. And there are a small number of issues that we know are still being discussed regarding distance from trails, how that's been handled with regards to bow hunting, maybe regarding acreage. This one is also still a work in progress. But I think that Sunday hunting on private lands is a reasonable policy and path forward, and want to keep putting in the work to getting it right. So appreciate the chance to bring this bill out today. Are there any further questions or comments on this bill? Representative Mashinsky.
Yeah, my only concern with this bill, Mr. Chairman, is that hikers are protected. And in some cases, a blazed hiking trail crosses over private property. For example, Appalachian Trail is one. The Triple M Trail in the middle of Connecticut is another one. And that corridor really should be protected for people that hike on Sunday. So in line 104 to 106, we have no person shall hunt with bow and arrow on Sunday on private property pursuant to the section within 40 yards of a blazed hiking trail. What I think we should do to make clear that everyone is protected, hikers, when the blazed trail crosses private property, which it does in a few cases, if we could just take out with bow and arrow in line 104, that would, I think, we could check with our attorney, but I think that would fix the problem of protecting hikers. If we could delete with bow and arrow on line 104.
I appreciate the comments, Rep. Mashinsky. I spoke a little bit with LCO this morning, and I want to make sure that we're going to make, I'm aligned with the intention of doing it. I'd rather not
You don't want to do it today?
move it right now in this
Okay.
moment so that we can make sure we do it the right way and only have to fix it once. So I appreciate your concerns about it and bringing up the specific idea, and
Could I
would
have-
love to keep working on it.
Okay, could I, if you will assure me you are going to fix that, then I won't make a motion, but otherwise I would, I'm very concerned about the hikers because they're sharing the land with the hunters and I want to keep them separated.
Yep. Absolutely want to, I don't want to commit to anything, like I'm saying, in terms of not wanting to do the LCR right now about what the specifics would be. I've had, like I said, a couple of conversations about it. I want to make sure we engage the folks from the trails associations, yourself. I'm very much aligned with the intention to protect hikers and think we can find some change here that's going to be reasonable. But if we just have the chance to figure out what the specifics are going forward, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, it looks like an easy fix to me, but in line 104, but I will trust that you will work with me on this.
Thank you, Representative.
Appreciate
I will.
it. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments and the chance to keep working on it to get it right. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to relay some recon that I have been given from someone who is a serious hiker here in the state of Connecticut, goes all over multiple areas, and their experiences even across state lines to where hunting is currently allowed on Sundays, that this individual doesn't notice any hunters, doesn't see them, doesn't hear them, and none of the other individuals that they come across says anything about hearing or being worried about hunters in multiple states that already have Sunday hunting. So just as a frame of reference for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for your remarks, Representative. Are there further questions or comments on this bill? All right, Rep. Callahan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the discussion on this and all the work we've done on this as well. As we heard during the public hearing, it's, I think, the last blue law in Connecticut. And also, I appreciate the work on the Native American hunting and fishing bill, because on their land, they're allowed to hunt and fish any day of the week. And it just kind of brings it all together. Two great groups that are great conservationists that work closely together. I think this makes them more alike and more parallel in what they can and can't do. So I think I really appreciate the committee taking this up and doing this for the sportsmen and the conservationists. And we, of course, want everyone safe, and I don't think this will affect it. So thank you.
Thanks for your remarks, Rep. Callahan. I echo those sentiments and glad that we're being thoughtful in our approach here, and appreciate the work on getting it to that point. Seeing no further questions or comments on this, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote for House Bill 7231, LCO number 6923, the JFS to the floor. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
Yes.
Senator Hockedale, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan, Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Chafee, Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Representative Gucker,
Ducker votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Yes.
Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Senator Marr, Representative Mashinsky,
Yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Rep Sweet votes no.
and Representative Veach.
Yes.
That completes the roll, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Clerk. Well, friends, this brings us to the end of our agenda. Rep Callahan, I feel pretty good. This now can probably be our last committee meeting here. I will make a few remarks and then invite others to chime in too. Oh, right. No, of course. Thankfully, there's another person who's been a chair hanging around. I got too excited. We got a consent calendar to call. We're going to hold the votes open until 2 p.m. today. 2 p.m. for the votes. And before we have our niceties at the end, let's have a consent calendar called. Rep. Mashinsky, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I did have a question. I just, I know we talked before the meeting about it, but I just wanted people who are watching to know why we don't need to run the water plan update bill. If you could explain that to the public.
Happily. I may be getting the details wrong, so we can follow up on it. But there's been, I'll just make a brief comment. It's okay. I can make I can make a brief comment. I can't make a brief comment?
No, there's no bill before you on that.
I'll make a brief comment when I give my closing remarks. How's that? Thank you so much. To return to that after we call the consent calendar. Let's call the consent calendar and then I'll hit that, Mary. Thank you.
This is a roll call vote to place the following bills on the consent calendar, which include House Bill 5388, LCO number 6917, House Bill 6240, LCO number, House Bill 5388 is JFS to the floor. Number 3, House Bill 6240, LCO number 6920, JFS to the floor. House Bill 6277, JFS to the floor. LCO number 6924, excuse me, 21, that's a 1. 621, thank you. House Bill 6222, LCO number 6924 to JFS to the floor. Senate Bill 1494, LCO number 6926, JFS to the floor. And Senator Lopes. Representative Parker.
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl, Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arzeno,
Arseno, yes.
Representative Chafee, Senator Cohen, Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon,
Dylan votes yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Representative Gucker,
Tucker votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Yes.
Representative Jacobson, Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Leeper, Senator Marr, Representative Mashinsky,
Yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Shannon,
Shannon votes yes.
Representative Stewart, Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Sweet,
Representative Sweet votes yes.
and Representative Veach.
Yes.
That completes the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, now we are at item 4. At the end of our meeting here, I'll say on my completely my own comments and of my own interest, anyone that was interested in a comment from earlier should look at section 22A 352 about the state water plan. With that, I want to thank everyone that helped get us to this point in the session. As we heard from our good ranking member, I think it's been a congenial, collaborative process, and we're grateful for that. I think there's a lot of policies here that we should be proud of coming out of this committee, and I look forward to working on these as we go forward. I'll give a special shout out to the staff that made all this happen, Brad and Janet and David and Judy and Lauren, and of course our clerk, Casey, who came in the middle of things and did a great job seeing us through to the finish. Really grateful for you all and everybody else, our partisan staff and OFA staff that helped this committee go forward, and we've got a lot more work ahead of us. With that, are there any final thoughts from Senator Lopes? Senator Harding.
I just want to thank, this is my first year working with you, Mr. Chair, Chairman Park. I've worked with Chair Lopes in the past and always appreciated his work, appreciated the person that he is. I just want to congratulate you on a very productive session. You worked with both Representative Callahan and I very, very well. Always want to work with us on both sides of the aisle, and very, very smart legislator you are, and so I appreciate you joining this committee in such a positive way. So thank you for that. Congratulations on a very good session. I want to thank my good ranking member, fellow ranking member, Representative Callahan. I could have not have done this session without him and his hard work. I also want to thank the director of my leadership office, Elizabeth Gitlin, who, can I say now, announced that she has a new addition on the way. And despite all that and dealing with all the emotional, mental, physical challenges that come with pregnancy, has been stepping up huge in my shoes throughout this entire session. Could not have done this without her either. And all the staff that's involved with making this committee possible, and all my fellow colleagues for a really positive legislative session. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your remarks, Senator. I appreciate that. It's been great to work with you as well, and congratulations. Final thoughts from Rep. Callahan.
Thank you. Again, Senator Harding, thank you for your comments. Representative Parker, it was great working with you. I thought I would miss Gresco more than I actually do. No, Joe is a good friend of mine, and we still talk all the time. So, Senator Lopes, thank you for always. We may have some contentious meetings, but at least we try and find common ground. And I said it before, we have a great group. To our staff over here, Janet, Brad, thank you so much for your work. Our staff on this side, thank you very much for your help. And Liz, I second the boss's comments because you were a big help and always answer the phone for me. And Senator Harding has become one of my very best friends, and it's great being on this committee with him. Thank you to all of our colleagues. And before 11 o'clock, even with my bloviating, we're going to get out of here. So it's good to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We will stand in recess. Votes held open till 2 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Well, the thing is, really, because of where I live.
Hi, Senator Hockadell. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So we need your votes, maybe for all of them, I think. So,
It was, I was driving, so I was listening and
pardon, let me turn up the volume here. It's quite loud in here. All right. So there's several on the consent calendar. So the first individual vote would be item number 2, which was feral cats, requiring a yes.
Yes, vote, please.
And then the next one for individual vote would be number 5, which is alternatives to animal testing.
Yes, please.
And then an act concerning bear hunting, item 8.
Yes, please.
And then number 9, an act concerning Sunday hunting.
Yes, please.
And then the consent calendar. Do you need me to?
Nope, I was listening. I'm a
good.
yes, please.
Okay, great. All right, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a great day.
it. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, Rep Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Casey. Thanks.
Would you just turn on your camera for me?
Sorry.
Make it official. Thanks, sir.
I think I just missed the first 2, and I know the first one went to consent calendar.
Yeah, exactly. So I think just number 2 for you.
6231.
Which is feral cats and involvement of feral cat organizations.
6231.
6231. That's the one.
I'm a yes on that, Casey.
Okay. Let me just make sure while I still got you. I mean, I'm sure you're right, but make sure I'm right.
Yeah, no, I'd rather you tell me.
Yeah, let's just
I'm
do.
running another committee meeting here.
I figured. I think there's a lot of you. So, all right, we're all set. You're good to go. Thank you so much.
You have a good
All right,
weekend.
take care. You as well. Bye bye. Hi, Senator Mara. All right, so we need some votes from you. Do you have an agenda handy, or would you like me to? Oh. Hmm.
It was me.
Oh, the sound was off. I was like, I think my microphone.
No, it was me. I had I'm on two different Zoom.
I heard I called your name because I saw you in the room, and then Ashley had to come over and be like, no, she's not. She's here, but she's not here. She's in a caucus. Okay. So
Okay, so hang on, I'm just gonna go into my,
sure.
I'm gonna go into my agenda. Okay, so, 5388.
So 5388. How about I just do this? Agenda items, the individual votes were 2, 5, 8, and 9, and then the rest were on consent.
Wait, okay, 258 and 9. Okay,
Yeah.
so the consent. Do you want me to go, you want me to do individuals first?
What would I think that's easier, but if you have a preference,
No, I don't care. Okay,
yeah, let's just do the
62.
individual.
Okay, 6231.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I looked at the JF language, I did substitute language, so yeah.
Okay.
So 255 is yes.
Sorry,
8.
wait, 255. Let me get my agenda. I think that one was on.
Right. I think you said 258. 9.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 258. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So on HB 6278, which
Yes,
is number 5.
Yeah, number 5.
That's yes.
Sorry, I thought you were saying
Um,
2-5. I was like, what? Okay,
Sorry.
that's yes. All right, well, no, we're good. Yes on that. Okay, and then bear hunting.
Yes.
1523.
Yeah, I was really glad they changed the bear hunting bill.
Yeah, I think you're not the only one.
Yeah. And then 9 also yes.
Okay.
And then the consent agenda, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right,
Okay.
you're all set.
All
Thank
right,
you very
great.
much.
Thank you, Casey.
Take
Take
care.
care.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Oh, Senator.
saw Tristan Cullen online.
Yes, ma'am. Connecting now.
One of my nephews is there in a sense.
Hello, Senator. Oh, I think you're still on mute.
I am indeed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
All right, good. So do you have an agenda in
I
front of you?
do. Yep.
Okay. So let's start with, there are a bunch on consent. So let's start with the individual votes first, and then we can just do the consent all together.
Okay.
So the first one for that would be, item number 26231, the
I'm
feral
a yes.
cat.
Yep.
Okay. And then number 5, 6278, which is animal testing methods.
Oh, yeah. I'm a yes on that.
Okay. And then item 8, 1523, the bear hunting.
I am a no on that.
Okay. And then number 9, which is Sunday hunting, 7231.
I will be a yes for now.
Okay. And then just the consent calendar. So,
And I'm a yes on that.
okay, you're all
All
set.
right.
Thank you
Thanks
very
so
much.
much. Appreciate
Take
it.
care. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay.